How we doing, folks? Good morning. Got a few viewer decks queued up for the day. We're going to start with a little Mismagius, we're starting with a little Mismagius Magnezone. It's one I've been meaning to try. Use Bidoof. Card's not very good. Threat level Evan, thank you for the 2 years of support. I appreciate it. Welcome back. You played Dialga with Shaman. I've not played it, but I saw that put up a couple of results. I think Shaman as a utility card is underused in this metagame. It's a really good anti-Darkrai tool. I've got like 6 different Mismagius decks I want to try. I think this card's relatively powerful and I would like to explore more of it. Lack of basic Pokemon. Unexciting. Thankfully, their opener here also pretty unexciting. Morning, Pablo. I darked her out with the stat mastery stuff a little bit. It seems fine. It seems like a feature that I personally wouldn't use even if I was playing Snap, just because I like all my cards to be really uniform. And you can't have multiple custom cards per character, so my decks would be all like mismatched disasters if I was trying to do it. So I think I want to just tap this twice more so that way it goes down to the Magnezone, yeah? I think is the game plan here. Mismatched Disaster was my Spice Girls cover band. LOL. I just want you to know, Marty, I've passed feedback along to Twitch several times over the years that that's such a bad system. Not that they care, because I assume that they harpoon people trying to get them back to it, but it is a very, very obnoxious setup. I think we do this to play around Sabrina that these decks often have one of. And then I'm going to go ahead and tap the Darkrai here. And then if they want to kill the Azolf, the Magnezone is charged and ready to go. So they could swap to Magnezone of their own, and then their Magnezone doesn't die to my Magnezone. But I think if they... Oh, look at that. It's the Sabrina we played around, gamers. We're so smart and thin. This is only one knockout point for you, gamer. What's the game plan here? Is the plan just like hope I don't have Magnezone? Because that's a real bad plan, gamer. like one fully cooked Darkrai, please. The Dialga Yanmega Mew deck, a top-tier deck in your opinion. You can find out exactly what I think are the top-tier decks in my opinion by checking out my best decks tier list that I posted this morning. Maybe we just cook them with this, yeah? One baked Magnezone, please. I suppose we are technically out of, lightning energy, huh? I think I do this. Maybe I'm supposed to build the second one up? I don't know. I kind of want to just like have 2 Azulf ready to go, yeah? This might be wrong. I have a Cyrus in my last 4 cards here as well. But this forces them to be able to get their other Magnezone up, so they like have to have Magnezone plus Leaf in 2 cards, otherwise they're just dead, yeah? Because we hit them once and then I hit them again here. Alright, there's the Leaf. Do you have the Magnezone as well? Oh! Okay. Right. This has a spin attack. Okay, does that leave me... That leaves me dead to a Sabrina or a Cyrus potentially here, right? Although I suppose they'll need Magnezone as well if they want to not flip a coin. Put an energy here so we could retreat this next turn just in case. Cape doesn't do anything. Oh, they could retreat. Yeah. So they just need Cyrus. So they could swap. They could swap to this. Double Leaf was unfortunate. Yeah, GG, put it. That's close. I don't know that I had any different lines there. I guess, the turn I Magnezoned their Magnezone, I could have put up Mismagius to force the retreat. And then, I could have put up Mismagius to force the retreat. And then, perhaps we force the retreat with that. And then I'd have another lightning energy to threaten to clear anything else up. So I only needed one more point, right? I could have put up the healthy Azulf instead of... Oh! Yeah, that's the catch. Putting up the healthy Azulf would have forced them to have the Magnezone. So we still would have died to them having Magnezone plus Cyrus, but the line that I took meant they won with just Cyrus instead of Magnezone plus Cyrus. I think I was probably also supposed to I think I was supposed to save the energy on my zone, because if I would have saved the energy on my zone, my Mismagius wouldn't have threatened to be killed after it hit their Magnezone, because it was at 140, and then I only needed one more point. So if my Magnezone had a lightning energy on it still, it would threaten to clear anything they could put up in one. So you're right. Once I spent the lightning energy on their zone, I should have put up the healthy Azolf, but I think at the core I shouldn't have spent the energy to begin with. I saw your question on the YouTube side. I was kind of just ignoring it there, but I guess I'll verbally answer it. Jeff, what would you cut in the Skarmory zone deck to add communication? I really don't feel comfortable answering optimization questions about, like, stock decks. Like, I don't play those decks enough to have a strong or educated or informed take on, like, what you need to keep and what you don't need to keep. Someone else had asked, Jeff, have you thought about Magnezone plus Giratina? So, not strictly those two, but if you missed it, this is a deck I'm probably gonna play in a tournament at some point. It might be today even. I haven't decided what we're playing at noon, but we had a really good set with this yesterday, and I think this build of Mewtwo, Magnezone, Giratina is really solid. I liked it a lot. All right, let's try this out. Let's try this Azolf deck again. I think I would have won that last one with better play. Blastoise Palkia. I will probably play Blastoise Palkia again at some point. I already have a Blastoise Palkia highlight recorded and ready to go up tomorrow, though, so I'm kind of hunting for other decks to play. If I wasn't hunting for content, I'd probably just play Blastoise Palkia for the rest of the season, but I would like to play a variety of things in tournaments, ideally. I mean, that's basically a single knockout point version right now. You just, like, have a Mewtwo as a closer, because having a closer is important and has value. But I would view that deck, it's like, it's often a 1-1-1, and sometimes it's a 1-1-2. Is Blastoise Palkia your S tier? I mean, I put Blastoise Palkia in the B tier in my video roundup yesterday. Huh? I don't think I want to communication either of these. Like, I wanna have this next turn, so we'll just do this. I do my best not to overrate my bad pet decks. Whenever possible. Gosh, communication is so good. So, Tentacruel does 50 plus poison. And it notably dies in one to a Magnezone. And then with the zone here, we're probably just good to go here, I imagine. Get in the zone. Magna zone. So anyways, I started blasted. Unless we forget to charge. We have successfully executed our Pokemon ability. Have you found an effective way to use the trading function in Pokemon TCG Pocket? I found, and I know this is really awkward and terrifying for a lot of people, but the most efficient way to use the trading feature in Pokemon Pocket is to interact with other human beings. I know that's a tough one, but it's the cold, hard truth when it comes to the trading function. Got to interface with other humans. It's dark and scary out there, chat. Never gonna happen. You can't make me, Jeff. I refuse. I'd rather spend money than interact with humans. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I want to get my bike chair set up anyway so we can start pedaling this morning. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. We're going to play some more with this, and then we're going to have a Florges build of Mismagius to try out as well as our next submission day. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the almost 100 people that did that already first thing in the morning. So folks asking what I plan to play in the tournament yet. I don't know. This archetype has put up a couple of results, so if it has a good run this morning, we might play it. I also really liked Magnezone Mewtwo yesterday. That could be a contender. I don't think I intend to play the Blastoise deck. I'm going to be live on Saturday this week, and we're going to play an Ursi's tournament on Saturday, and I know I like the Blastoise deck for that already, so I want to try other things and see if there's something I want to play instead of Blastoise and Ursi's event. Ben asked, will you plan to do Arcane Rush before Saturday because I can't catch it live on Saturday? Unfortunately, they asked me to wait until Saturday since their PC client is new. They want to make sure they have all their bugs ironed out once it's been out for a little bit. What about Lucario Aerodactyl? I think playing a deck that has a bad Exeggutor matchup is not something I want to do in a tournament setting right now. And I think all of the fighting decks have a bad Exeggutor matchup. I think the Aerodactyl fighting deck is the least bad against Exeggutor, but I still don't think it's good. Least bad and good are two different things. Horse Monkey could be on the thing. I think my three that I'm between for Saturday are the Blastoise, Palkia, some type of Infernape, and these Magnezone Psychic decks. Probably what I'm going to narrow down between. We're going first. That's not who we want when we go first. First energy advantage is so strong, gamers. Oh, and I missed on the 40%er for this. Sedge. I think I just evolve right away, because if I don't evolve and they truffle shuffle to Kangaskhan, I could get cleared by a high roll. Thanks, Paint. Yeah, Pokemon's been a ton of fun. Mismagius very pretty. It is, yeah. Having two of this artwork is a big part of why I would like to figure out this archetype. Hey Jeff, I enjoyed the tier list video today. Very informative, helpful. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Summers. Kangaskhan was certainly one of the types of roles you could have. Now you're very confused. You gotta flip a coin to flip coins. Now, the downside here is we might just be cooked anyways, despite those missed, because this does 20 and then this does 110. Someone said to deck list for this donation or I'll make him play Garchomp again. If you want me to pick a Garchomp deck, Red, I'm happy to pick a Garchomp deck. I actually think there's a few ways to build and play Garchomp that are solid. They're just not all in on it. Thank you for your support, as always. Man, when you win the confusion flip, but then things don't work out for you anyways. How do we feel about pulling this out and then just like Azelfing down the back line here? I'm kind of into it. I think Infernape's the thing I've had the most fun playing recently. I've enjoyed it a lot. Is this Kangaskhan actually just batting 0 for 3 here? Lost and confused. Oh, you know what? I should research before I Pokeball here, because I really just need a Magnemite. Oh my goodness. I messed that up. That's so painful. I have all my evolution, so I really just wanted to maximize my chance to get a basic there. Hopefully they keep bricking on Leaf and keep bricking on their ability to attack here. How many cards are in my deck? There's only 4 cards in my deck. And one of them is a communication. So there's 2 Magnemites in a communication. It's worth noting that if I would have researched first there, we would have almost assuredly gotten a Magnemite. So it's a pretty big mistake on my part. Oh my goodness, they put the energy on the Kangaskhan. That's so funny. Absolutely necessary, but also really funny. How do we feel about Mismagius Cyrus up the Magda Zone. I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. Because they're gonna switch to it next turn anyways, yeah? And now we get the confusion hit on this. Tainted Doc, thank you for the 25 months. Welcome back. If this would have hit stage 1 this turn, we'd have been in a much better spot. Okay, there's their Cyrus. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, man. They finally hit the confusion flip when it mattered. Unfortunately, just gonna be dead, dead to second Cyrus because of my mistake. They use Darkrai on the wrong mage. Yeah, Mismagius. Yeah, I have a cape though, so it mostly doesn't matter. It's gonna come down to do they have this Iris here? Oh yeah, thank you for the 50 months. That's such a long time. I appreciate the over 4 years. Yeah, GG put it. Man, I really want Mismagius to be good, but this is just not feeling like it, gamers. It feels like you just can't lead on an EX Pokemon in any of these games. And Mismagius feels like she has a lot of the same problems Starmie does, which is it's an aggressive EX you want to start with and you don't have a good follow-up EX for it. Yeah, she really wants another decent EX to be played behind her, and it feels like we don't have that currently. Like Yan Mega is probably the closest thing. Wait, they had Darkrai and Coughing and let on Darkrai? That's so strange. Yeah, she's not a good enough finisher behind the Magna Zone. Mismagius needs a strong psychic Pokemon that likes going first. I mean, kinda. Like, the problem is, like Magnezone is a strong, colorless Pokemon that likes going first, but it doesn't fully solve the problem because in the games where you go second, you want to put Mismagius up right away, which then you're in this awkward spot, right? My anecdote so far is that this deck kind of feels like a worse version of the Mewtwo deck we were working on yesterday, which makes me sad because I really want to play this piece of art, but I just crack him with Magnezone here, right? Do I? Or do I just hit them with this so that way they have to retreat out of this? Yeah, it's probably the play. So if I hit them with Magnezone, they just leave it up, and then I have to use both my Magnezone energies on this, which seems not stellar. I'm going to play the other Azelf out, so that way, if they clear this, I have the flexibility to move the other Azelf to the active. Just give me some options. K9, thank you for the over 6 years. We did host a tournament about a week and a half ago, and it went really well. Yeah, we're gonna be running it back here soon. On March 8th, the Hoglandia Spraggle Open Series will be returning. Any interest in playing Honchkrow Arbok in a tournament? I think that deck. I think Exeggutor EX being one of the best things narrows what decks I feel comfortable playing in a tournament by a lot. A lot of the things that I was like, oh, I might enjoy playing this in a tournament, I'm like, that could just never beat an Exeggutor lead. We're done. Can't do it. Exeggutor is one of the most powerful, probably the most individually powerful Pokemon card in the game. That's very, very strong. The problem is, so we actually played Skarmory with Pokemon tools yesterday with the idea that we were going to scramble eggs before they could get started, but I would wager all of the good Exeggutor lists before long are going to be playing 2 Giant Capes. A lot of them already are. So you can't even have the option to shut them down before they start. This hand is lovely to start here, speaking of. Maybe I'm supposed to chill on the Azelf, so I could communicate it. I think Skarmory's fine. Not insane, but fine. Oof. So I think we just do this, and then if this dies, we put this up and confuse the lead. Is it ever worth playing the non-EX Exeggutor? Not really. Not post-communication. You used to play non-EX Exeggutor to, like, add consistency so you had an Exeggutor more frequently, but with communication, you'd rather just communicate into the EX one. If you considered using Fan Rotom against eggs, literally just dies to an egg's head, and then you still have to win a flip to kick their thing back to their hand. So on the off chance that's not a sarcastic suggestion, it also just isn't very good. So we're dead. Oh, wait. Honey. We're just torched either way here, yeah? Because even if I confuse this, they just discard 2 and retreat to this, then this is doing 90. Yeah, I think I'm over this one. I'm gonna go ahead and send that one to the Shadow Realm. So, it kind of makes me rethink this next deck. Our next viewer deck was a build Florges, and I built Florges with a Mismagius in the back. I don't know, maybe this is fine because you want to start Florges anyways, and Mismagius is like your finisher. But part of me wonders if I'm just supposed to be on like Ducks and Azelf with Florges as a finisher. Wonder if it's ever just like you could play like a Mew to cover your bigger matchups. I gotta be honest, I'm like really kind of over Mismagius after that last one. At least with the stage 2. I don't think, like, I think that folks are really misidentifying what the issue is here. It's not remotely the 70 damage and confusion is really good. The core problem with Mismagius is the same problem Starmie and Pikachu EX have that are not why they're not good in the current metagame, is that it's an EX Pokemon that you want to lead on, that you feel like you want to play single knockout points around to support it. It's just a very, very tough sell post-Cyrus to want to lead on an EX Pokemon. It's like not somewhere you want to be most of the time. Something like this. And Mew, I think, is a fine EX to play in this deck that's otherwise not a lot of EXs because you're finishing on Mew most of the time. It's not something you want to put up early like Mismagius is. That's an interesting thought. We could play Yanmega as the finisher because Yanmega's not an EX you want to lead on. So we play Florges Yanmega. Because Florges is a pretty low energy investment Pokemon too, which is nice. So would I rather be on the Azelf and the Farfetch'd with the Mew, or would I rather be on Yanmega? No, I don't think Dustor is likely a playable or good card. No tournament results so far. For a reason. What would you play as a 5th base? You just leave Azelf in. Azelf is good with Cyrus and Yanmega. I've played that in plenty of things. So it'd just be 1, 2, 3, 4 back out. These are the Mismagius slots. I like that idea. What do you think is the problem with Beedrill? It's just bad Exeggutor. Anything you could talk about Beedrill doing that's remotely good, Exeggutor just does better. And it does it. It does it on a stage 1 instead of a stage 2. All right. Yeah, let's do this actually. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and tap our ad break for the hour. When we return, we're going to try this as our next viewer deck of the morning. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks who are here tapping that every day. If I know what I'm playing in a tournament for the day, it'll be in the stream title. Currently undecided. Hey, Evan. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. What are some interesting counters to EX? I genuinely think the Exeggutor EX deck is good because there's no hard counters to it. Evan G. Brown, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. I think I'm between Magnezone Mewtwo and Infernape for the tournament today. How was the low punny deck yesterday? Fun against Darkrai, terrible against eggs. So the problem with Dustor, mainly that's a stage 2 Pokemon. Yeah, its effect just isn't good enough to take 6 slots in your deck. I like Infernape Rapidash. There's a deck list in the tier list video today. If there aren't any hard counters, shouldn't it have been an S tier in your reviews? Sorry, when I say aren't any hard counters, I mean there aren't any hard counters that I find remotely interesting to play. So, Charizard and Gyarados Greninja are egg hard counters. I just think they're some of the most mind-numbingly boring Pokemon Pocket decks you could choose to play, and I will not be playing them. Did you change the energy in this deck? So you don't actually have to change the energy when you put Yanmega in a deck, because the deck editor chooses your energy based on the attack energy, not on the character energy. So Yanma and Yanmega do not add grass energy to your deck. The deck editor is bad, but it's not quite that terrible. What a weird gamer. Yeah, let's leave that one gone. He's mad at Charizard because Charizard flies in the face of his 4 basics rule. Oh, or 5 basics rule. No, I've never liked Charizard because Charizard is one of the most boring linear decks that I could write a Python script to play 95% optimally. I play card games to make interesting decisions, and I prefer to play decks that have non-linear play patterns. And I want to make it really clear that me saying that is not intended as an insult to anybody who enjoys playing that type of deck. If you enjoy playing decks that are super linear to play, that's fine. Card games are subjective, and one of the things good card games do is give you a variety of ways to play them. So I think it's good that decks like Charizard and Gyarados Greninja exist in Pokemon Pocket. I just also don't remotely enjoy playing them and have no desire to touch them. Okay, so that research means they can't leaf this out this turn. So they need Magnezone to not lose this, which is likely. They're 12 cards in, but no leaf here is stellar for us. Do you think Darkrai variations are as linear as Charizard? Not remotely. I think the Darkrai decks are super interesting. There is a ton of bob and weave and different decision making, where you're placing your energies, when you're retreating your Drudagon, when you're supposed to move your Magnezone to the actives. I think the Darkrai decks are a great example of the types of decks that, if they weren't like a top meta deck, I would play them. We'll keep the Azolf here, so that way it doesn't die to the deal 20 next turn. Noteworthy here that Florges is weak to metal, because it's a fairy, not dark, so it doesn't die in 1 to this, which is great. When you play Blastoise, can you point out how it is different from Charizard in terms of linear gameplay? Yeah, I mean, just look at how Blastoise's stats work is the best way to talk about how it's different from Charizard. Is the Blastoise deck, Blastoise as a card has essentially 3 different attacks, and when you play with the card, you use all 3 of them. So you're right. One of the things Blastoise can do is build all the way up to a big cannon that clears most things in 1. However, it also has other modes. Yanmega wins on the spot. That is not a Yanmega. Now, the good news here is Florges hits hard enough that even if they have a Sabrina here to clear this out, we're still going to win with this the following turn. They need Sabrina plus Potion plus Cape to kill the Yanma and not just be dead on the back crack. Blastoise has 3 attacks. I'm confused. That's why Blastoise is an interesting card, because people don't understand what I just said. That's why. That's a prime example of why Blastoise is a very sweet Pokemon pocket card that I love. Well, now would you mind elaborating? I actually think you should really read Blastoise and think about it, and this is a good level up moment for you as a card game player. The Blastoise deck that I played in my last tournament was highlighted in the tier list video today. In the Palkia Manaphy section. Rippers, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that support. Welcome back. So, Gyarados Greninja is slightly less linear than Charizard because sometimes it has draws. Sometimes it has draws where you use Greninja instead of Gyarados. but by and large, Gyarados Greninja plays Greninja, so that way your Gyarados attacks for 160 a turn effectively. And more games than not, Gyarados Greninja is just put a Druddigon wall up, evolve Gyarados, attack. So I would say yes, it's decidedly less linear than Charizard, but that's such an incredibly low bar, it's still one of the more linear good decks in Pokemon Pocket. Oh, punished. That's fine. I don't have an evolution for this anyways. I'm gonna put a cape on here so we don't lose this to X speed, Lucario Hitmonchan Punch. Them not having X speed here is a big deal. I think we just get to Tempo Cyrus them here, yeah? And then with the Yanmegon curve, we might just be done. This card's so good. God, I need full art Yanmegas, chat. This pleb artwork on a card I play this much is just unacceptable. I bring shame to my house. Lead fan, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh yeah, we're done, gamer. Good night. Guess that means you gotta rip more packs. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. We're due, right? Alright, let's do a 10 pull. Let's do a 10 pull. I do one 10 pull. Veiled Wanderer. Here's to more packs. Thanks for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. For those of you who are unfamiliar, me doing a 10 pull is what we refer to as chubbing the waters. There were no notifications in there, were there? This is just a fully bricked 10. I think this is a fully bricked 10, givers. Fully bricked 10. You know? Average fully bricked 10 experience. Psych! I was missing that one. All right, now I have all of those. That was the only super rare we were missing, whatever they're called, crowd rares. Still not the Yanmega. Oh yeah, it's worse than the immersive. It's just like there for completion's sake. Open more packs for the glory. The waters have been chubbed, chat. The waters have been chubbed. Thank you for the absurd support, AK man. Shiny hunting we shall go. This is like the Pokemon Pocket equivalent of shiny hunting, yes? Assuredly, we're due for a 2-star Yanmega, yes? I only need one, chat. If we hit one, I have pack points to craft the second. I just don't want to craft one of them and risk opening the other. I want to open one and then craft a matching one. Only matching shiny cards, not exactly. Mismatch 2 stars. Are the devil's playground. Anecdotally, if you open your packs from right to left instead, they contain more shinies. I mean, if YouTube chat said it, it must be true, yes? So we'll go from right to left this time. There were 2 lights in that rip. So we should have 2 1-stars at a minimum. People would just go on the internet and lie. Of course not. Come on now. Oh, I forgot to press B on the keyboard while we were opening them. That was my mistake. I forgot to press B on the keyboard. Oh, I got another Luxray. I needed Luxray flares. All right, 30 more, gamers. 30 more. Yanmega! Yanmega to me, Yanmega! What would you say I have to work on in order to win tournaments? There are 2 surefire things that if you are able to master them, it will allow you to win tournaments. The first one is be lucky. The second one is don't be unlucky. Some people are good at the first, but not good at the second. What about skills? So, skill in games like Pokemon Pocket, and this is true of Pocket, it's true of Magic the Gathering, it's true of Hearthstone, it's true of Marvel's App, it's true of poker, it's true of most card games. Being good is only going to let you win 60-ish% of the time. Really, really good top-tier god card gamers are hitting a 60% win rate if they're lucky in competitive settings. So, fully winning a tournament, getting exactly first, is the intersection of luck and skill. You need to not play terrible, but you also need to be fortunate while playing well. How many Drifloons you gonna open? Enough. Enough. Alright, I've only got one more set of rips for this Yanmega, chat. What happens, chat? Do we hit 2,500 pack points, or do we hit the Yanmega organically? One of those 2 things is gonna happen, right? But Jeff, my tournament prep. Thank you for the 6 years, BDP. Appreciate it. 2,500 points. Wow, chat thinks we're fully cursed. Since we started hunting this Yanmega, we've opened 2 crown rares and like 3 immersives. It's actually absurd how unlikely a specific 2-star is. And I'd be happy with 2 different 2-stars. Both the Yanmegas are pretty. I want either of them. Okay, can I dust my crowd rare and turn it into a 2-star? What are your thoughts on Pocket adding dailies for winning battles to get extra hourglasses to help you progress your collection? I think there isn't a single game in existence that lets you grind endlessly every day for extra collection progression. And I think Pokemon Pocket adding chores every day to progress your collection would be one of the singular worst things that they could do that would make a lot of people stop playing. I also think there's not a remote chance that they do that because they understand they want their game to be able to be approached casually. I hope more games become like Pokemon Pocket as opposed to Pokemon Pocket becoming more like other games. I absolutely despise every game under the sun trying to make me play it for 45 plus minutes a day in order to have account progression. Let me play the game for fun when I want to play the game for fun. And let me not when I'm not. It's wonderful that on a day when I'm not streaming and I don't have a lot of time because I have other commitments, I can just log in and open my 2 packs and be done. Get 5 wins with a fighting deck. Discard 10 energy, retreating your Pokemon. Attach 6 grass energy to your Pokemon. No, I don't want to do chores. Please stop asking for chores. Chores suck. Put your opponent's Pokemon to sleep 10 times. Please make it stop. Yeah, exactly. Please no. Mercy, please no. Oh, you know, I probably should have played out the other Flabé here. So this one's just gonna take one for the team, I think. They have all that, it's just in solo battles. No, the solo battles are very different. Because the solo battles are not time-gated, and you can do them whenever you want. Solo battles would only be comparable if you were obligated to do them in a specific time window. You could also auto them on top of it, but there's also just not being a specific time restriction is a big deal. That's very different than daily missions expecting you to grind it every day. It sucks that it feels like the only way to get certain cards is to spend money because 2 packs a day is RNG. That is how all of these games work. You either pay with your time or you pay with your wallet. Maybe I should have played out the other Flabby here, actually. Oh, the other Flabby, sorry, Past Jeff had a plan. The other Flabby meant this died in 1 shot, which would be bad. Okay, so now we play out this. Sorry, Past Jeff was right. Present Jeff disappeared for a second. So now we do this, and then we crack them. And then next turn, we put this up, energy here, this takes a hit, this finishes. I don't get the negative aspect of people doing dailies. If you can't do it, just don't do it and it's no big deal. Is it really my fault if people can't control themselves? Fuck those guys. Sorry, I've actually been really good about not swearing, but people being turds in my chat gets me riled up a little bit. The idea that, I'd actually like to pat myself. I've been stellar about not swearing while we do Pokemon stuff. For people that are new to my channel, you cannot watch my Marvel content with children. Like, it's like constant. Real bad. So the thing that is true about free-to-play games is that people don't just say, I can skip these things and not do them. When they can't keep up, they stop playing the game. So it is objectively true that when you can't just add endless free rewards and say people who can get these will get them and people who can't won't. Because those people who can't get them are going to burn out. Oh, I had Lethal with Cyrus. Yeah, I blame Chef on that. Oh my goodness, and I didn't put the giant cape on either, so we lose to Pokeflute. LOL, that's so funny. The other part of it is, that's fine. This game couldn't go in a highlight anyways, because we dropped an F-bomb. The other part of it is, economies, oh, wait, what? Whatever. The economies in these games are very carefully constructed to give you a total amount of rewards. Oh, it was only 120. Oh, they need 140 for a full bench. We're super fine. We're super fine. My brain is all off because we're rambling. It's cool. The economies in these games are very explicitly and intentionally constructed so that way getting all of the free rewards gets you to certain thresholds of cards. So what does that mean? The current free-to-play economy is structured so the average free-to-play player gets approximately 40 EX Pokemon on average in a 12-week period. And it's not a coincidence that a free-to-play player gets 40 EX Pokemon on average in a 12-week period, and they've released 20 new EX Pokemon in a 12-week period. Like, that's not a mistake. Like, there's people whose entire jobs it is to make sure those types of things line up meaningfully. Because that average drip feed means that people keep logging in and doing the things daily, because if you log in and do it daily, you're gonna hit the expected rate to get to your collection complete with average variance. And what that means is, if you were to suddenly give players extra stuff from playing every day, it wouldn't just be offset, it wouldn't just be extra, right? These games are never going to be designed to give you everything ahead of curve. Because once players have everything, they stop engaging with the system. There has to be a carrot for them to chase. So just being like, just give us more free stuff, and people who won't do it just won't do it, ignores the fact that it causes player burnout and ignores the fact that the systems are designed to make it so you hit certain thresholds as they are now. I wonder what happened to playing games for their intrinsic value. Late stage capitalism warped people's perceptions so they feel like they need to monetize every aspect of their life. And if they're not generating value while doing something, then that thing that they're doing isn't worthwhile. Is basically the TLDR. Yeah, like most things, capitalism is the answer. I'm looking for a basic, I think, more than anything, so I'm gonna research before I Pokeball. We hit the Falabi. Is it ever... They put a helmet on this? I think it might be just build the Yanmega on the bench to one-shot this. Oh, do they have Dawn? If they have Dawn, we're in trouble. Oh, they have Dawn. My opponent has assembled their 4-card combo. That probably means we're dead. I have to get this set up now to play around Sabrina. Should we communication for another basic? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. There's only 2 basics in my deck, though, right? There's 2 basics, a Yanmega, and 2 of these. I'd have been 40% to hit a basic. Should we rely on a couple of sleep flips? Nah, I think we just don't hope they don't have the Sabrina, that we run them down. What about people starting the game right now? Aren't they insanely behind? So, people starting the game right now won't instantly have everything, but that's why the trading mechanic is important. So the trading mechanic means you won't have to rely on hitting the exact cards you need, because you'll be able to exchange them for what you want. Jeff, trading is expensive. No, my dear gamer, they already gave you a bunch of trade dust for free and talked about how they're going to be doing more of it in the future. The dust also doesn't expire, yeah? Also, it's worth noting that, like, one of my buddies actually just started... Bob's been hanging out in chat. Bob, are you here? One of my buddies started, and when he started, not only did I trade him the couple of EXs he needed, but, like, being able to, like, load a new player up with Sabrinas and Giovanni's and stuff like that for free, literally for free. It doesn't take any trade dust. Like, there's so many 1 and 2 diamonds that are like staple cards that you'll be able to swap out. So, like, imagine once this current set becomes tradable, someone starting the game 6 months from now, you'll be able to trade them Pokemon communications and capes and Rocky helmets and stuff like that completely for free. So, no, someone starting the game instantaneously is not going to have everything immediately without spending money. You're going to have to build it up. But the trading system in and of itself is a catch-up mechanic to make it so people coming in late can exchange to get the cards that they want that are relevant from the older packs. The system is designed so you can backfill with other people. It's a baked-in catch-up mechanic. Rhino said I sent donation. I don't see anything from you, Rhino. Unless you sent it a while ago. I don't see anything recently. What's one thing you would change on Pokemon TCG Pocket to make it better? For the love of God, let me define a default flare on every card. My family is literally growing old and dying while I reflare my cards every time I create a deck. Please, 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 Dina. I'm begging you, hands and knees, default flares. Any Togekiss decks you feel not embarrassed playing? Yeah, you should check out the tier list roundup today. Togekiss made the tier list. Gamers, even if you think you already know what's inside it, please watch the tier list video and give it a thumbs up. It is easily the most time-consuming video my editor puts effort into once or twice a month. It would be nice if it had metrics so we could continue justifying doing it. All right, there's Florges. Do I ever just let this die so I can just put Yanmega in next turn and start cracking them? Another option is I could go Flowette plus Cape, but then if they hit their stage 2, they hit us for 70, and then I die on the backswing. Their stage 2 only has 110. I think it's this, and I think I just set up another one of these on the bench, and I just hope to top deck the Yanmega. I have two Yanmegas, and I have a communication to dig for it, yeah? They don't have the stage 2, which is punishing for not building towards the Florges line, but if they had Superior here, building for the Florges was just so bad. This is this 50% to be Yanmega? It might be 66%, right? I think 2 Yanmegas and... No, I have one of each, 2 of each. It's 50%. I have one of each of these and 2 Yanmegas in my deck. Perfect. Yeah, I think once we take the Servite off the board, my opponent's probably dead here, which is why it's likely right to build to the Yanmega. It plays around them having it. In the Blastoise deck, do you typically turn 1 Misty or Research? It really depends. Like, if you have Manaphy and 2 bench Pokemon, you Misty every time. I wish I had my X speed. I think I need to move Yanmega out of the active. What do we think? What do we think of? What do we think of this? I think I'm into it. You're late. I mean, they needed to Erica to not get Cyrus gamers. They need potion now. They already researched. That Erica last turn was very smart. It was the right play. Azalf Yanmega is a wombo combo I've enjoyed. Do you have the potion? Is the last card a potion? No, we're done here. Was the Erica correct with only 1 energy on the Yanmega? So, the Erica that turn meant that I couldn't hit the other one and then have damage marked on 2. It gave them a chance to draw another Erica and stay healthy if I spread out. Because I was clearly playing for a Cyrus Yanmega sequence there, right? Which they ended up not being able to beat, but Erica-ing the turn that they did gave them a sequence to get around it. Yeah, X-Speed Dawn was technically a permutation I had as well. Although, X-Speed Dawn wouldn't have been able to Cyrus. How do you get him to try decks? On days where we take viewer deck submissions, there'll be a link pinned above the chat if there's slots available. Typically, those deck slots get claimed in the first 20 to 30 minutes of the live stream, though, because I play each deck for somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour to get a good feel for it. If you're a YouTube member or Twitch sub who wants to claim a deck slot in advance, I always put the link up to do that the night before in the supporter Discord server. What time zone is he in? I reside in Central Standard Cornfield Time. This is probably going to be a just power up Yanmega game. I would assume our deck's pretty bad against this Exeggutor stuff. This Exeggutor stuff is so hard to brew against. Research. Have you paired Yanmega with Starmie or maybe Lumineon? I have paired Yanmega with Lumineon. There's some footage of me playing that in a tournament up on the YouTube channel. It's, I'm not gonna tell you it's amazing, but it's not terrible either. It's okay from a theory perspective. I'll put a cape on Falabi so that way they need a heads to clear it. I think we'll go ahead and pass back here without showing them the Yanmega. I like your Togekiss deck into eggs. It felt fairly usual. I would be surprised if that's remotely true. I feel like any deck that has to have them hit a tails in order to have a shot is not very good. I absolutely do not think you should expect them to nerf anything. I also think based on just the raw numbers, Magnezone doesn't seem remotely problematic. Magnezone's is the best Pokemon in our latest set, but it's not the best card in the current game. That's this with a bullet. Think we're just dead here, because even if Yanmega punches through this somehow, I'm gonna lose to the Mew. Abide like the dude. Thanks for the 22 months. Welcome back. Is it true we'll get another pack later in February? Data mines say the next set of packs is going to come out on February 28th. Yes. What's our out? Our out is they don't heal this, and then we kill it with this, and then they don't have another egg. So for those that aren't familiar with Pokemon, Pokemon Day is February 27th. And that'll be... Pokemon Day is February 27th, and they usually do things like new releases around then. We don't have any details on what cards could be in it, or if it's 1 pack or 2 packs or anything else. That is not the X speed I wanted for Christmas, gamers. Maybe they won't have second Erica in their top 11 cards, then Florges can maybe do some work. It's worth noting that these decks typically play 2 copies of Cyrus, though, which is going to kill my Yanmega at any point, unless I heal it twice. It's incredibly unlikely to get 2 stars in your Wonder Picks, speaking as someone who has had 1 all season. If we could please avoid posting full deck lists in chat, I'd appreciate it. Just get a little, clutter things up a little bit. And unfortunately, we're gonna need a Tails here. Oh! Yep, that's just the game. Yeah. Yeah, this is... I like this deck a lot that we're playing. It's been generated good, fun games. But it's just a deck And I think this describes a lot of these B and C tier decks right now, where you're just like literally just never competitive against this Exeggutor deck. You could get through the Exeggutor with some consistency, but they're just gonna beat you down with their follow-up Celebi. All right, I do want to play a little bit more with this deck because I'm enjoying the play patterns of it. Florges has been solid, and Yanmega's great in this metagame. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll for the hour. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Does Tauros Geo make a return? So the problem is you have to kill the Exeggutor with something other than that, and then you also need them not to have Cape for their back 130 hit pointer, which they're often going to have. Watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the stream. Appreciate the over 300 people that have done that already. Brotherhood, thank you for the 47 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Exeggutor Magnezone, I think, is a good example of bad deck building because they're two cards that functionally do the same thing. So the upside of Exeggutor and the upside of Magnezone are the same. They're tanky lead Pokemon that hit for reasonable amounts of damage that allow you to build up something else. So if your deck is playing Exeggutor or playing Magnezone, you want to have a different payoff behind them to invest energy into because they don't require energy investment themselves. Thanks for the 17 months, David. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Would you say Yanmega is a good choice for an additional attacker in Manaphy Palkia decks? It's okay. If you want to see Manaphy, Yanmega, Palkia, there's a video of that up on the YouTube side. I'm not going to tell you it's bad, but I also think it's worse than, like, playing Blastoise. Blastoise is definitely my preferred way to play Manaphy stuff. Wife made me sign up for another year of Prime after I canceled. I don't know. You gotta have the 2-day shipping, gamers. Come on now. There is a 2 Manaphy, 1 Articuno, 1 Palkia build running around. Could you articulate what you mean by running around? Do you mean like there was one time you played against that and it exists because someone did it? Or you mean like there's a deck list that's doing well in tournaments that I missed somehow in my scouring? Because I definitely make it a point to look at a lot of tournament lists, and I can't say that I recall seeing that. High finish in a recent tournament. Hey, could you provide a link on the Twitch chat side? YouTube chat doesn't allow links because it's trash, but on the YouTube side, I'd appreciate a link. Or on the Twitch side, I'd appreciate a link. Do this to play around, Sabrina. If you have the third option of a bad deck getting hyped up on a YouTube video, that's true too. That happens a good deal. If they're in the zone here, we're going to need our stage 2 right away to match. How did the Mismagius build go? As someone who is the owner of 2 rainbow full art Mismagius, I am really sad to tell you that I would be skeptical if Mismagius is a competitive card. I want that card to work real bad, but it just ain't it. Now, the good news here is they are out of lightning energy on this next turn. So I could go ahead and drain Mismagius to take this off the board, and then hopefully we will have time to get this Yanmega going once this is out. Link as requested. Okay, so it went 4 and 2. So in general, there's a reason why, like, 7+ rounds is the sample size I typically look at. And like 4 and 2 one time is, I don't know, like, that's definitely under the it exists category, but like, doesn't really. All right, 2 Florges, a research, a communication. Although I guess I wouldn't communicate my Yanmega. Do I retreat this? I feel like I retreat this. Problem here is we're just dead, yeah? I actually need to hit Florges here. Okay, so Florges means that... So I can't just put Yanmega up and hit this, because then I die to their Magda zone. So I need to threaten with this, so that way they put this up and then I hit them. And obviously I'm gonna lose to a Sabrina or a Cyrus, but losing to a Sabrina or a Cyrus is obviously better than just being dead on board, yeah? So it's not about living one hit, Sunny D. It's about being dead over the course of 2 turns. So again, the thing you need to be doing to be good at a game like Pokemon Pocket isn't just figuring out how do I not die next turn. It's how do I win the game over the course of a few turns. And now with the Mismagius in the back, it's going to look like we're going to end up being dead regardless here. So we're dead. We're dead to Cyrus, we're dead to Sabrina, we're dead to Mismagius, but we're no longer dead on board. But there is a myriad of cards they are likely playing or could have in hand that mean we lose this game over 2 turns. We lose to Cyrus and Sabrina immediately. We lose to Mismagius in 2 turns. Because we take 130 and then 70. I think that's the one thing you want to be doing to get better at Pocket. The first question you always have to answer is, how do I not lose this turn? But the second question you need to answer after that is building out a line in your mind that you turn not losing into winning. And you figure out, okay, which cards can I play around and which cards can I beat? Pokemon Pocket is like a game of chess with elements of variance in it. A lot of the information in the game that you're playing is face up on the board, and you need to navigate the known information over the course of several turns, predicting what your opponent is likely to be doing. Yeah, I covered the Skarmory Heatran deck in the new decks roundup this week. Seems fine. Gengar EX is so bad it didn't make D tier in the latest vid. Yeah, the only things that show up in D tier are like things that are bad but still see some amount of play despite being bad. It's like the TLDR of like how I structure those lower tiers. One of our community members sent me a tip to nudge me towards playing Mewtwo in our tournament this afternoon. So we're gonna lock Mewtwo in for our tournament this afternoon. I don't know how we win from here. Feels like we're dead. I guess, but statistically very dead. Imagine Mewtwo being the hipster deck. It is an interesting timeline. I would assume they're never going to buff cards either, no. In fact, the only way they would nerf something is I would assume if they really miss on balance, they would consider nerfing instead of banning, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they just banned. We haven't had any examples of them missing on balance, so in terms of missing high, all of our metagames have been pretty well balanced so far. Oh yeah, Celebi me daddy. Okay. We're gonna move along to our next pile. Yeah, I would assume you'll never see a card get buffed. It'd surprise me if they ever did that. One of the things you gotta understand about a game like Pokemon Pocket is that traditional card games have what are called pack filler. Cards that are explicitly designed to not be playable game pieces to keep you opening packs to get the playable game pieces. Alright, for our next viewer pile, we've got a 1 knockout point Manaphy variation featuring Empoleon and Baby Articuno here. Part of me really wants to work in an X-Speed or two, but I don't know what I'd cut. I'd have to, like, give up Cape, I think. Like, there's not even 2 Misty in here. Let's try some games, but no X-Speed is probably a miss. I'm in danger. I'm actually not going to Pokeball this turn because I want the highest probability to just draw a basic organically next turn, because it's pretty important that I have 2 basics whenever I Oceanic Gift. But it's off to a little bit of a rocky start here as well. Okay, there's a basic. This is a second basic. Bup, 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 bup. Second Manaphy. Not the droid we're looking for, gamers. Not the droid we're looking for. That being said, this Sabrina tempo might be real good here. I will say something that I haven't talked about that I've been really impressed with in Pokemon Pocket so far is I was reserved during my reviews like I typically am, just because it's easy to be wrong in games like this, so being more reserved tends to be smart. But the way things have played out, I'm honestly surprised at how balanced Manaphy and Dialga are. Like, generally speaking, effects that let you get 2 extra of your 1 resource per turn are, like, so strong in card games. And while this card's definitely playable and in some good decks, it doesn't feel like it's head and shoulders above everything else in the format. Yeah, resource acceleration is, traditionally speaking, hard for game designers to balance. I was genuinely concerned about Dialga especially, and it's just been like, yeah, this is competitive and fine. Alright, Articuno, I need you to do your thing, Chicken Wang. That'll do, pig. That'll do. The ice Pokemon making a wet noodle noise when it hits hurts my sensibilities, gamers. I'm not pleased with it. Alright, we've got 2 Empoleon in 7 cards here. 3 draws. If I put the cape on the Empoleon, it lives a Magna Zone hit through the Rocky Helmet, which is nice. We live Electivire plus... Oh, they just have no evolutions. Okay, I was saying, we live Electivire plus Volkner there. It's only 140. We're at 150 with the cape. All right, we're on the scoreboard to start. I think starting this session on a win means I can stamp exceeds expectations on its report card. I'm gonna not... I've been taken to not playing my bench Pokemon out when going second in spots like this, because there's more copies of Sabrina in the metagame than there are copies of Red Card and Mars. And getting this Sabrina into my Articuno would be a massive tempo hit next turn. So I don't think I play the Articuno. Jeff, I haven't seen you play a lot of Rocky Helmet, but I've seen you play against it a bit. Do I have a selective bias? No, I definitely play less Rocky Helmet than most people. There's just so many deck slots right now. There's so many good utility cards. It's hard to fit all of the ones you want to fit in. It's nothing to do with enjoyment of the card. There's just a lot of things that you can and can't do in this metagame, or that you can be playing in terms of utility cards. I'm putting the cape on here so they can't X speed to this. The question is, do I play this out or do I communication looking for another basic? There are 4 Empoleon evolutions. This is 3/7 to grab me a basic. Second Manaphy is just so useless. Yep. Was the statistical likely outcome, but probably still the correct play. What criteria is relevant for choosing if you put a Rocky Helmet in your deck? It's all about breakpoints. It's all about how often are your attacks lining up into being 10 to 20 points of damage short into the things you expect to play against. This game feels like a good reminder of why 7 basics are common in a lot of the Manaphy decks that are popular. The person that submitted this actually only had 5 basics in it. I added a second Baby Articuno. Just I wasn't going to be caught playing only 5. I mean, for people asking how I min-max this, we're playing Empoleon, so just follow your heart. Or a less sarcastic answer, if you want to see how I build a Manaphy deck with a stage 2 Pokemon and 7 basics, the Blastoise Manaphy deck that I prefer is in today's tier list video. Under the Palkia Manaphy section. What if I'm supposed to cape here to play around hitting Tails and Dawn? Just don't hit Tails, chat. Easy game. Has Glacian Articuno been tried? You know, Glacian's on the short list of cards that I think is competitive that I haven't had time to play with yet. I like how you're so chill about it. For those of you that are new here, I used to spend hundreds or sometimes thousands of dollars to travel across the country to lose round 1 in a TCG tournament to missing my 3rd land drop in game 3. Bricking on my 3rd basic from the comfort of my basement while I earn a good living playing card games on the internet, just like, doesn't even make a top 100 list for worst variance beats I've had. Especially with the length of the average Pokemon Pocket game being pretty short. It's extra easy to shrug off the variance and just be like, whatever, we'll go next. Do you get tornadoes where you live? The specific area where I live tends to be outside of where tornadoes are super common. Sometimes they get close-ish, but not often. I think we're just all in on napping up front with this, and then we'll build this back one. Oh, Giovanni's a tough beat. Yeah, the nap on our penguin there was super relevant for buying time, unironically. I think we put up Sabrina. Because if they don't have the zone, they die on the spot. And if they do have the zone, giant cape here means we live for a turn. Which means I need to win one coin flip to clear it. I don't think I play the mana fee because that would be bad against Sabrina on a future turn. Oh, I forgot about weakness. Forgot about weakness. Alright, cooked if they have the zone. Poor water Pokemon. That reminds me, someone just left a comment on my tier list video telling me that everybody is sleeping on Starmie. And it's just like, speaking as one of the foremost Starmie enjoyers in competitive Pokemon Pocket last season, Starmie is sadly just really trash right now. It's both awful against Cyrus and dies in one shot to Magnezone, which is everywhere. Listen, chat, I have 2 flared full art Starmies. If Starmie's a remotely playable card, this channel's gonna let you know when that's the case, okay? We are just not living in that reality currently. They're playing bad Licky Tongue, which means that, they can't leaf it out, which is great for us here. Yeah, I agree, Midas. And Birdape has been my latest infatuation in no small part because I like free retreat cost Pokemon. Oh my goodness, I caped the wrong thing. Well, mistakes were made. Now I just tempo Sabrina, yeah? I meant to cape this, so they needed 2 heads. I was watching a Bastiodon Dusknoir deck on a YouTube short. It was a trip to watch. That sounds like a deck that makes a good short and probably nothing else. That's fine. They didn't attack with the Licky Licky anyways. I'm a little sad I don't have the cape for the Empoleon, though, because cape on Empoleon buys an extra turn here. Alright. Let the coin flip cloud fiesta begin. Who dies first? Nobody knows. Uh-oh. Us! We're gonna die first. Monka. Missing a land drop on turn 3. Did you or do you play Magic? I played Magic the Gathering competitively for a very long time because I am not a smart man. Now I'm sad I played the other Manaphy out to the bench. Yeah, Bastio dodge just blanks the damage, doesn't stop the rest of the attack's effect. They're staring at each other menacingly. Yeah, the second Manaphy play out here could be my undoing. Alright, we've each had 2 heads and 3 coins. Fair's fair, yes. Do they have 2 potions or a cape? 1 potion doesn't change a breakpoint here. This is one of the games of all time. What kind of stall dimension have we entered? Asking the real questions. Ugh. Unlucky. Unlucky. Articuno. Cracked under the pressure. Alright. I owe a few more games with this deck at least. So we're going to be jamming it after the break as well. We need to take a brief pause for the cause. Our tournament that we'll be playing Mewtwo EX will be starting in about 15 minutes. We're going to be playing viewer decks in between rounds as always. After this deck, we've got a Jolteon build-around and a Garchomp deck coming up later. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. We've got 700 people over there and only 395 button pressers so far. We can probably pump that up. We've hit the have been pedaling long enough to be sweating in my sweatshirt portion of the stream. Yes, we got a few more games with this one, Nethos. We'll be Empoleon gamers for a touch longer. Is it snowing, baby? It is, yeah. The kids actually had an e-learning day today. The toddler's daycare closed early. Grexy, thank you for the almost 3.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. How's this list been feeling? It's running close to expectations. I will say Baby Articuno is a card that every time I play it, I leave impressed by it, which makes me think I should make a point to play some Glaceon. It's Glaceon. Glaceon is kind of Baby Articuno. Elite Articuno. Probably just let it take hits while we power up Empoleon. The way Pokemon Pocket Gamers constantly compare Confusion to Sleep and Paralysis really is just such a stark reminder of people need to not draw comparisons between things that are just different. And be assertively aggressive while doing so. Confusion notably doesn't let your opponent know the outcome before they choose to attack. And Confusion doesn't get cleared unless you retreat or evolve. And most notably, things that trigger Confusion have their energy costs statted in a way that show that on average it is a bit weaker than Paralyze and Sleep. So it would make sense to make one-to-one comparisons between the two mechanics if you were looking at cards that were functionally identical in every way, except one paralyzed and one slept. But when you look at cards that paralyze and cards that sleep, you'll see there's functionally a lot of other differences between them. Most typically, because paralyze and sleep are more powerful mechanics, they have higher energy costs and or less damage or less HP attached to them. Comparing Mismagius EX to Wigglytuff EX is one of the best and most straightforward comparisons for the difference between the two. I did not bench Mismagius. I did not bench the other Manaphy last turn because I wanted the flexibility to play out another powerful basic I could build up. We need like one paralyzed hit over on our first. Oh, they don't have the Gengar. Well, that's super good for us. No Gengar means they're just dead, yeah? And Empoleon is ready to go. Hit him with the big jet beam. They gotta be on the zero outer here, huh? I guess they could pull this back, but we're gonna knock it out. And then with Cape here, I get to live a Gengar hit next turn. Or they don't even have the Gengar. They're playing to it as an out, which is smart. Get this other Articuno building up. And now even if they spike the Gengar, they have no knockout points, right? So we get to crack them for 80, and then we've got plenty of artillery attackers here still. All right, we got 6 minutes, so this tournament round starts off where we're playing Mewtwo. I think we have time to fit in one more. Do you think the game will be less fun eventually when more and more cards are released? Not if the designers are good at their jobs. More toys to play with is better. It just is important that more toys be playable as opposed to more toys just existing. Yeah, I think the Pocket team's been really on top of card design quality so far. Every expansion we've had in this game so far has made me more and more confident in their abilities to design interesting cards. They also have, you know, 30 years worth of Pokemon TCG designs. Are you still playing Marvel Snap? If I was still playing Marvel Snap, I would probably stream it some, but I hadn't played Marvel Snap for fun in a very long time. Probably the last half a year or more I was playing it on stream. I was only playing it because it was the game that fed my children. Definitely more than a little burned out on their play patterns. As someone who has 2 copies of Rainbow Mismagius, I wish that card was good, but it's really just not. Mismagius, or Mismagius, just has a bad time for a lot of the same reasons Pikachu EX and Starmie EX are bad, where you just can't lead on these EX Pokemon. Now, as long as I'm enjoying Pocket and Pocket content looks sustainable, K9, I plan to just focus my time on Pocket. Trying to split your streaming time as a one-game streamer tends to not be good for metrics. No, I actually explicitly said I was never playing Blastoise today because I have a 20-card Blastoise deck I really like, and that's going to be my default for Saturday's bigger tournament I'm playing in. So, playing today, tomorrow, and Friday, we're going to be trying other things that I might want to play instead of Blastoise. I think we're probably just cooked here, unfortunately. Without our Empoleon here, I don't think Articuno is going to be remotely enough to push through. Although it's worth noting, a lot of these Darkrai decks are not playing Koga with Weezing. They're just playing Leaf, so this Paralyze could be a big game here. Do you have your Blastoise list posted anywhere? It was in this morning's tier list video. Please, gamers, I beg you, hands and knees, watch, like, and comment on the tier list video. That video is like 5 to 6 times the amount of effort that all the other videos we produce on the channel are. It would be nice if it did numbers. Ah, they're a Koga gamer. Rip. It's fine. We'll just hit a couple of running heads and we'll run them down, yeah? Rip. What's the theory behind no Koga? I don't know. I try not to speculate on like minute card decisions like that in established decks that people are playing a lot of if I don't have experience with them. Are you supposed to Pokecom for Piplup? I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to do that and hope to just run it off. It just seems so unlikely. The tier list video is great, and you use data to back up your rankings rather than anecdotal random Q games. I was watching a lot of tier list content, just like getting a feel for like what other people are doing and getting ideas for my own. And I came across a tier list that had 18 trainer Articuno in A tier, and I was just like, what is happening? Big what year is energy for sure. I think lots of people play the 18 trainer decks. Yeah, lots of people play Dragonite. That's why I listed it and put it in D tier. It doesn't make it good. And, oh, dead to what's it called? The old Sabrina? Or the old Cyrus? Does Mars have the same opinion as Red Card? Absolutely. Tournament round will be starting here once we're done with this game. Got a minute. Might be done real soon. Need to hit a heads here. We're gone. All right, Misty, calm down. I said I needed one, girl. Dead to Sabrina here. We'll tap this one in the back, so that way if they pull this back up, this dies to an Aqua Jet. Especially with Cyrus. So, they haven't played Cyrus or Sabrina yet. Yeah. Oh. Alright, we're playing against Charizard for the first round of the tournament, which, I don't know, it's probably bad for us. Usually decks I like playing are bad against Charizard. Haven't played this Mewtwo deck into it yet, though. Charizard. The Charizard deck is also just like a brick machine. A lot of the number of games it just beats itself. Is that cope? Is saying the Charizard deck beats itself cope? No, that's subjectively true. Deck just doesn't work if it doesn't have its stage 2. No red card. They're playing Cyrus instead of Sabrina. That's an interesting choice for a Charizard deck. 2-leaf, 1x speed. That is an unfortunate set of pulls. How do you feel about Arbok in the current metagame? I think it's difficult to build Arbok to not be terrible against... It's difficult to build Arbok to not be terrible against Exeggutor. All right, real bad start for them, too. Research is one of your best draws when you're bricking. Oh, you know, I probably should have played this last turn. It's fine. We didn't draw what's it called anyways. I think I put a cape on here just because cape's not going to save us from a lot of breakpoints, and I want to not give up a knockout point to a Charmeleon Slash next turn if I can avoid it. If we hit If we hit Magneton next turn, we could be in an okay spot. But if I brick on it again, we're in a lot of trouble. One Mewtwo, one Magnezone, two Magnetons in my deck. 50% to find what we're looking for. Okay. So they have 2 potions and a cape in their deck. So by putting the Rocky Helmet on the Giratina here, it means that they need 2 of 2 potions and a cape to not die to Magnezone next turn after they attack this. There's only 4 cards in their deck, so there's a reasonable chance that they have 2 of them. But it's also worth noting here, they can't, they can't hit for their 200 again this turn, right? The games where your opponent has all their research and you have none just feels so lopsided. I think it's Leaf ran them for 30. It's Leaf ran them for 30. Shout out to all the chatters telling me I need Cyrus in my deck not playing it. You the real MVPs. Oh my goodness, the Charmander gets the knockout, and then I think we're cooked. Because they have Charizard. Yep. GG. Yeah. We both had awkward starts. They hit their stage 2 significantly faster than we did. Yes, all of the tournaments I play are best of 3. I don't take the time to play a tournament if it's best of 1. It's just not worth it. Rather just play random queues. Can you sideboard between games and paper Pokemon? You cannot. Ben, having some trouble searching. Surprised the Scarberry Magnezone list was not on the deck list. It only had like 1 result. It's had a couple this week, like in the tournaments past Sunday, but the tier list was based off of things coming out of the second weekend. But like a number of those things you just listed were like Monday, Tuesday tournaments. It's data driven and not giving you guesstimations on things. No, it's not a server issue. The opponent's not responding in the Limitless chat either. They must have something else going on while they're playing. Charizard's actually the most played deck in this tournament, which probably means our deck list is a bad choice. How much time do you take to go through data for the weekly meta video? It's usually like 2 to 3 hours on Saturday night. I mentioned it the other day, but I think the Exeggutor deck being one of the best decks is one of the absolute worst things possible for the metagame in terms of interesting games. Because both the egg deck and then the things that are good into it are just like a lot of eye roll games. Definitely prefer metagames where like stuff like Darkrai or fighting decks are the most popular. The only decks that are good metagame choices into the eggs decks are things like Charizard and Gyarados that are just really straightforward and dry. I probably need a copy of Mew in this deck if I'm going to play it moving forward. So I assume the Charizard matchup's unwinnable without it. It's certainly unwinnable if we never draw our stage 2 and they hit their stage 2. That also hasn't been remotely helpful in these games. Our opponents had their Charizard and we've not had Magnezone. Magnezone into Mewtwo is technically enough to take the Charizard down, which might be enough, but we need to go pound for pound with them having their stage 2 and us having our stage 2. I would assume the opponent's deck is favored against ours because we're not playing a copy of Mew. I also think, though, like, if... Like, look at this spot, right? Like, they had their Charizard on curve. And if I had my Magneton at any point in the first, 3 turns, we'd be able to attack with Magnezone this turn, and they wouldn't have been able to take the line that they took this game if I was threatening a Magnezone. But because I don't have my Magnezone and they played on curve, like... I genuinely don't. My gut says it's probably bad for us, but I'd also believe a world where it's like, okay, we have play here. So, we'll go back to playing our viewer decks here, and we'll wait for round 2 of the tournament, but I don't know that I expect that to really be remotely representative. Shout out to the person suggesting we use the Pokemon communication to dig for the card the turn after it was too late to find it. You can take a break, bud. We just literally just drew it. And at that point, it was too late. We needed it the turn prior. Alright, let's play some more of the Empoleon deck, huh? Was there no way to win with Mewtwo after the opponent knocked out Magnemite? There was not. That's why I stopped playing the game. The opponent had a Charizard with 3 energy on their bench. You can generally assume if I'm retreating or leaving a game, I don't see a path to victory. So rather than asking me the question, Jeff, were there no outs there? You should instead explain what the out is if you think you're seeing something I don't. The Charizard was not at 150. Well, they moved to the Moltres. They weren't killing the Magnemite with the Charizard. They leafed the Charizard back and killed it with the Moltres. And the Moltres had 160 and the Charizard had 3 energy. So yes, the Charizard was in one-shot range to Mewtwo, but I had 0 points, and the Charizard wasn't in the active spot. And decline, waiting for our opponent to come back. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I'll sit on this to potentially communication it into our stage 1. Yes, the better performing builds of Charizard do not play Dawn. Two potions and a cape is the better performing build of Charizard. What a bad deck. What a bad YouTube comment. You're always welcome to offer constructive and specific criticism of decks I'm playing, or decks my opponents are playing, or plays we're making, but just thing bad is not that, and it's not welcome in my chat. Go be a turd burglar somewhere else. I've decided to just perpetually leave my game audio low because I'm tired of people complaining it's too loud. So, you can expect the game audio to be perpetually low on this channel moving forward. I don't think I can put this up into the Electivire threat, so I think we just leave this Pilp up front as a sacrifice to like make them knock it out so we can flip some coins on Ice Beam. Has Bidoof seen any play? No, card is not playable. High retreat cost, low HP, 2 energy attack, not a playable combination. So, with a cape here, this lives a hit from Electivire, yes? Bidoof is meta according to YouTube. Yeah, YouTube loves it, some cards like that. I think we go ahead and we tag the Magnezone here. So that way a single heads on Articuno lets us clean it out. Oh, we actually live this Thunder Blast hit, right? It's only 130. Is Cyrusing here ever correct? Probably not. I just want to put this to 30, so that way the Empoleon cleans it up even if they retreat it. So Volkner lets them clear this Empoleon, but they need a cape or something for the Magnezone in the back, or they're dead. Empoleon sweeping an Electric Game was not on my bingo card. It's actually the second Electric Gamer we crunched out. Got a pretty chunky HP pool. Articuno paralyzing is also not bad. Hit him with the Jit. Is Magnezone / anything better? Now, Magnezone is definitely the jank glue of our metagame. It is a card that's incredibly powerful on its own that can carry a lot of things to victory. Alright, we've got 10 minutes until our next tournament match. I need to run and fill my water bottle. We'll probably play one more with this when we get back before the next tournament round starts. There's the deck list for those that want it. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it all on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps it reach other people. We're really close to 500 likes this morning. You can have an advert as well. How's this deck doing so far? It's worse than the good Manaphy decks, but we're on the scoreboard in the random queue, because the random queue's pretty easy. I dig the shirt. Yeah, I love the Nature Seed from Into the AM. I have a bunch of great stuff. They're one of my longtime sponsors. They're one of the sponsors for our Hooglandia Spraggles Open as well. All right. 7 minutes. That's enough for a game. Just something to comment when you have a Pokemon that you really want to be your lead right now. There's way more copies of Sabrina in the metagame than there are copies of Mars and Red Card. So I'm holding this Articuno when I'm going second, so I can't get tempoed Sabrina out of my Manaphy lead. And he said Starbulus this season. There's really not, unfortunately. As someone who's a huge Starby enjoyer, everything I've tried is just bad. Which makes me sad, but it's the reality. Hey, Witch Doc, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. It's bad for a lot of the same reasons like Pikachu and Mismagius are bad. It's tough to want to lead on an EX Pokemon if you don't have other EX to follow up. I don't know, maybe I should work on like, maybe Starby Palkia is fine, but then you're just a Manaphy deck. Is there like, maybe there's a Starby Palkia deck that doesn't play Manaphy? And what part of Starby's other problem past its 90 damage breakpoint, I actually think the 90 damage breakpoint is kind of okay still. Starby's bigger problem is that Magnezone is everywhere, and Magnezone hits you for 130. Yeah, we'll probably get to playing it on stream at some point, but I played a little bit of Lumineon Starby from last season, updated for this season, and it's okay. I don't think it's good enough that I'd play it in a tournament, but I think it's serviceable if you enjoyed that deck last season. I've been playing Starby Palkia as my only two Pokemon lines that's been fine. Yeah, I can see that. You can play like Pokemon Communication to help hit your Starbies consistently, and then you get a bunch of utility cards. 150 is really not a breakpoint in our current metagame. 140 and 160 are breakpoints in our current metagame, but 150 really isn't one. There's a lot of 140 HP things that people put capes on. Probably just done here. Would have been more done if we had Empoleon, but just Articuno ready to go here is going to clean him out. 150 is Dialga and Palkia without cape. Yeah, basically those. Speaking of, I might try Dialga Yanmega in tomorrow's event that we play. It's a deck list that I like the cards in. And it says it has a good Charizard matchup and an okay Eggs matchup. Might want to get a feel for how that plays out in practice. I don't think we had any winning lines in that game because they had a copy of Leaf, as did Fire. It meant that we were checkmated. If I communication for the Magneton, the Charizard's still at 160. And then they just burn down the Magneton with the Charizard, and then they leaf out the Charizard back to the Moltres when I put the Mewtwo up and put them to 10, and then the Moltres attacks the Mewtwo, while the Charizard builds back up in the back. And the Moltres also was on 160. We needed the Magneton the turn prior. Do I use hourglasses for missing A2 cards or save them for the next mini expansion? I mean, are there cards you want to play with in A2? Then you should spend your hourglasses on them. If there's not cards, then you shouldn't. I would never spend hourglasses just to get complete, but I would spend them if there were cards you wanted to play with. Alright, if Misty does her thing, we could be okay with Empoleon on the play. This card definitely prefers first energy advantage, though. If you messed around with Lucario Kabutops, it's just not very good. The TLDR. Nuclear Winters, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. No, wait, I have the perfect response to have you played the Kabutops deck. Someone left what is easily the best deck review I have ever read about the Kabutops deck. This is okay. I'm quoting the Google Translate, which I think makes, I'm confident makes it funnier. The Kabutops deck is an unsmokable piece of chestnut. It's embarrassing to watch, let alone play it. I don't know what kind of hole that deck was played in, but they should close it and throw the key into the river. As someone who's been making card game content for over a decade, it is easily the best review of a deck I have ever read in my life. Our round has paired, but our opponent hasn't checked in yet. If they check in, we'll bail on this game. But sometimes people don't show up after they lose the first one, so I'm not going to leave. I no longer want to play a deck if it is not properly smoked chestnut. That's what I'm saying, chat. That's all I'm saying. Make sure you have some properly smoked chestnut. Do you think this game is too reliant on variance or luck as it stands? If I were to give like an experience tactical breakdown of like the variance versus skill in Pokemon Pocket right now, I would say it's probably like 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and the Misty flips are definitely 50% pain. And my opponent checking in is 100% reason to concede this game. I think the people who think Pokemon Pocket has more variance than the average card game either are bad at Pocket and don't understand how they're bad, or they're bad at understanding how much variance the other card games they play has. As someone who's played a lot of card games very competitively, Pokemon Pocket is very comparable and honestly lower variance than a lot of other things like Magic the Gathering. Alright, I'm gonna focus up a little bit. So we're going to ignore the chat, behave, or the mods will bonk you. Playing against Exeggutor Celebi, which is about 15 or 20% of this tournament, if I recall correctly. First evolution advantage actually isn't terrible in this matchup. Giratina lead is nice. Ideally, we find a Magneton here. No Mars, no red card, but 2 copies of Sabrina. Not playing my Mewtwo out because I'd preferred not to get tempoed by Sabrina. One of the things that's eminently true about Pokemon Pocket and every other variance game by design is that all games that have variance by design attract the type of people who are looking to explicitly avoid personal accountability for their actions. If Pokemon Pocket is all variance and no skill, it's not your fault that you died because you made bad mistakes. It's that the game is a bad game and all variance. So, opponent has their 2 Exeggutor EX and then 1 Pokemon Communication here, so unfortunately my opponents always have their egg trees, so that's just how my luck works. Unlucky. I think the math is something like 52-ish% to have the thing. It's a heads as well. We would be in an okay spot if I'd have had my Magnemite, but unfortunately not having Magnemite here means we're probably cooked. That could save us here. So, with Dawn and Magneton, I get to side drive next turn. Which, they're on 2 Ericas and 2 potions, as is typical, but we have a line now. Yeah, them not having a Celebi to build up while they hit us here is good for us as well. They're on 2 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus. I think it's the snow. I think it's the snow. No Sabrina here is insane. Very good for us. I can hit them for 110 this turn, but it burns my Dawn. I think that's correct though, right? Because it means if they brick next turn, they lose the game. It means they need another basic next turn or they die. Dawn doing her best X speed impersonation. And if they Erica double potion here, the Mewtwo clears. GG. Imagine there being justice in the world, chat. Certainly not in 2025. Three basic gamers getting punished for it. Feels good, man. The opponent is playing the relatively stock list from the tier list report, which is just 2 execute to Celebi. That is the stock list. They're not doing anything. I mean, it's greedy, but like it's the stock list is greedy. They have 2 Pokeballs as well, and then they have a communication. It just maximizes their chance to do Exeggutor every game because Exeggutor is really strong. This is our first good opener today. It's nice. We have the Giratina lead, and we've got the Magnemite and the Mewtwo. We need a Magneton to like stick a bow on it, but solid start for us here. These eggless are notably not playing any copies of Leaf or X-Speed. They're just depending on leading on egg a majority of the time. So in these games like this where they lead on Celebi, they're kind of in a little bit of a tempo black hole. Especially when we have first energy advantage. 2 middle magnets, a communication, and 2 research. So 5 out of 14 to hit next turn. Not super likely. Is it too greedy to Sabrina last turn and try and top deck Dawn to kill the egg? Absolutely too greedy. Sounds real bad. And we'll sit on this for Pokemon communication at this point. Interesting. I mean, once I put my 3rd energy on Mewtwo, you have to leave with the egg. You have to leave with the onion next turn, yeah? What do I think a potion here to live the tropical swing? I think I'm into it. I've been really bad at finding our stage 1 this set. Or this tournament. I need Magneton next turn. We need to be able to hit this once the Giratina goes down. So now we're at 5 out of 11. So approaching a coin flip to find our thing. If they hit 2 tails in a row, we can afford to brick for an extra turn, but that's the first step, but we're not guaranteed to have the second. Maybe I was supposed to energy and truffle shuffle here. Nah, let's just let them hit tails again. Now, I'm going to need to clear the Exeggutor with a 1 knockout point Pokemon. So then, when the Celebi comes up, Mewtwo can finish it. Opponent has a singular copy of Cyrus in their deck, so we're going to go ahead and bail this out. But there's the Magneton. Wait, do I Sabrina here? I think I Sabrina here and take a point. Because I have the leaf to reposition the Mewtwo as well. Sabrina getting the flex over Cyrus here. Definitely think Sabrina is better than Cyrus in this deck. We have so many big hitters. I see people talking about the viability of Mewtwo. As I put in the tier list video today, I think the Gardevoir Mewtwo deck that's known is very much not good. I think there is a chance that this Mewtwo deck is very reasonable because Magnezone is very good. And they have no copies of Leaf or X Speed in their deck. So I just get to crack them with 2 side drives here and the game is over, yes? We'll put a hat on it for good measure, but they needed to put an energy here to be able to pivot. But even then, like, I just cracked the Celebi, right? I think we're just checkmate. Oh, they do have a leaf. Oh, I misread that. There's so many one-ofs. There's so many one-ofs. Ooh. Is my line wrong if they have a leaf? My line's wrong if they have a leaf. Alright. I probably should have leafed to my Magnezone. We're statistically favored here, but they have... Oh, the Rocky Helmet means we're good. They don't have any points. No, we're good. We're super good because of the Rocky Helmet. Yeah, the Rocky Helmet means my line is fine. If they'd have had their cape, we could have gotten in trouble. If they'd have had their cape, we could have gotten in trouble. I don't know that I like my line. I know we've won this game. Oh, the cape is on eggs. It is on eggs. Are we good then? Yeah, I think I like my line then. I agree. I agree. The cape is used. Okay. Good job, Past Chef. Good decision making. Shout out to Sabrina. She's a lovely, lovely lady. I didn't consider all the permutations there, but when we go back and consider them, we do the same thing. This dude is fumbling through this, must be the deck is cracked. Unironically, Matt, unironically. I think I probably want a copy of Mew for the Charizard matchup, and don't ask me what I'm gonna cut. I don't want to think about it now. I'm in the middle of a tournament, but I think with Mew, your Charizard matchup's probably pretty good. Oh, do we not have flares on this? What kind of freaking pleb stuff is this? Kingdom for default flares. Because to like fit Mew in, you probably got to give up like the potion or the Rocky Helmet. It's probably one of those two. Okay, so we got time to burn. What's our next viewer deck? We gotta build a Jolteon deck up next. Jolteon Magnezone is probably just the correct choice. Jolteon's good when going second. Magnezota's good when going first. What's my third basic, do we think? Always stuck, maybe. I've been having a blast with Luxray, Jolteon, and DDN. Nice. Glad you're having fun with it. Luxray could be another one to pair here, speaking of. Zone's just the more powerful card. It's so strong. Oh, and I can play this Magnemite, because we're all lightning. Exciting. Get in the zone. Magna Zone. We can play Mew as our last attacker. I don't hate that, honestly. You're gonna have X speeds to pivot around, probably. I like a Mew as a 5th basic. So, at least one communication. This is a Sabrina deck. Couple X speed, couple of Pokeballs, couple of research. Oh, is there a promo version of this Magnemite? Yeah, Cape sounds fine. Oh, there totally is. Forgot about that one. Alright, Coolium. Energy. Yep. Thank you for the save. Freaking deck editor. Freaking deck editor. Saved by the chat. Embarrassing energy. You have Flare and any immersives or crowns. I do not. I think Dialga's the only crown rare I have 2 of. Alright, Eevee, do your thing, Chicken Wang. Rats. Immersives are different than crown rares. Asked about crown rares, yeah. Immersives are far more likely to be pulled then than crown rares. God, this Exeggutor deck really is the Jank Crusher. I will say, as someone who enjoys brewing and playing off-meta things, I definitely prefer Darkrai being everywhere. It was so much easier to build random jank decks that can play competitive games against Darkrai, then it is this Exeggutor deck. It just kills you before you start way too much of the time. I hope they're smart enough to never print a good grass finisher, because if this Exeggutor card ever gets a good grass finisher, it's going to be a tier 0 situation. How is the Mismagius Magnezone deck? I have yet to play a Mismagius deck that feels good to play, unfortunately. Which is sad, because the rainbow arts are so pretty. Everyone we've played has been cheeks so far. The chestnut has not been smoked, exactly. Okay, so I want to cape the Eevee, and we're not evolving because I want the evolution to clear confusion next turn when we evolve to Jolteon. So obviously incredibly unlikely to deal damage here. But I want to make sure when they evolve, I have my evolution to take a big swing here to start. Mismagius is going to be the first thing I try every new set until it's good. Yeah, me too, honestly. The balancing of this game is insane. I agree. They've done such a stellar job with game balance. A lot of really close and tight breakpoints. My favorite part about talking about Mismagius is when people who haven't played with the card pipe up and tell me reasons that it's bad that aren't the reason that it's bad. Mismagius struggles in our current metagame for the same reason that Starmie EX and Pikachu EX struggle, which is that leading on an EX aggressive Pokemon is a liability now that Cyrus exists to chase them down. And I don't know what a design looks like to fix that problem, but 2 energy deal 70 with confusion is a good rate and a good disruptive effect. It's just not enough. Because of, it's an EX with the lowest HP pool that you lead on. Yeah, they're just into the Magnetons here. Fortunately for them. It's probably just print enough supporters that more decks don't play Cyrus. Yeah, probably, bub. Continue to diversify the cards so it's less common. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Someone just said possibly Gengar's effect on a better card. Is Gengar Mismagius the answer? That's a droid I've not searched for yet. But technically, that text box solves the problem that we're having. It's probably incredibly cooked and trash, just so we're clear. But from a pure theory perspective, it is actively solving the problem that Mismagius has. It's genuinely good deck building. I'm not going to tell you that the deck's going to be good, but it is good deck building. And I know that that might sound confusing for some people because people think it's only good deck building if the deck is good. But making choices that solve problems that your cards have. All right, I'll put it on the list for eventually. Or actually, Rad, are you hanging out? Rad said he wanted Garchomp unless we had something better. Do you accept Gengar Mismagius as something better? You let me know. Better. Listen, the other thing we were talking about was Garchomp. Okay, better is like a loose classification. Your terms are acceptable. Thank you, Red. Our benevolent benefactor. I think we just cook him with the zone, yeah? We put a cape on it, so that way it doesn't die to a Giovanni. There's merit to saving the cape for the EV. Because it gets Jolteon to 110, but this is probably fine. The sequence that we potentially lose to here is they could go second Frogadair, crack us to 90, and then Starmie finishes. Is potentially bad for us. Yeah, Starmie, like, as someone who's one of Pokemon Pocket's predominant Starmie enjoyers, the card's just in such a rough spot in a metagame where this card is S tier. It's just so strong. Alright, well that would imply there's a Giovanni in my future, yeah? I think we still just cook it here. No Giovanni. That doesn't surprise me too much. In the couple of Starmie decks I've built, I didn't have room for Giovanni. Yeah, Cyrus and Magnezone together are a 1-2 punch that leads to the decline of Starmie for sure. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom. We need to run an advert. The next tournament round starts in about 9 minutes, so we should be able to play one more of these when we get back. And then we'll be into our third round with Mewtwo. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Free little bit of engagement that doesn't cost you anything. There was a Mismagius deck from one of the tournaments that was playing 2 Mew EX and Budding Expeditioner as their other cards. Maybe we'll have to try that at some point too. 6 Pokemon, 4 basics. Hat Lady. Hat Lady is a fun name for Mismagius. Yeah, I like Mew as the 5th basic there for sure. Could be alright. Yeah, I agree. As in, Mew, Budding Expeditioner makes Mew as a lead a lot more interesting. Alright, well. I'm gonna power up Mew since these are self-charging batteries. Some Dragonite gaming. This is definitely a match where I would have preferred to have first evolution advantage to first energy advantage, but with the Mew here on the bench, we should be 100% against them, I'd imagine. We're gonna clear this, then we'll have this ready to go, and we'll have this ready to go. Just like charging 3 threats simultaneously, kind of cracked. Charging my zones. It was snowing when I came down to my office 4 hours ago, but my office is in the basement, so we'll see. I'm curious to see how much we actually get. I tentatively have a poker game tonight I would like to not have to reschedule. It's been starting since last night here. We had nothing when I woke up about 6 a.m. And then I started about 9:30. It was starting to come down. Spread out as much HP as possible here. Yeah, they were calling for 6 inches originally, and then it was down to 3 when we started today. One of the jokes around Bloomington where I live is there's 2 different major insurance companies that have their headquarters here. So the joke is always there's an insurance bubble around the town. We almost never get weather as extreme as predicted. On average, this Mew wins the game, yeah? We just need to not go 3-1. Gonna go 2-2, 4-0. Does this make me more or less likely to lose if I miss? I think less likely to lose? That's fine. Mew's just gonna win with the Draco. Coolio. Classic Dragonite gameplay. Draco Meteor won the game, but not for the Dragonite player. There's only one configuration there that we didn't win. Yeah, the one on the Drudagon and 3 on the Dragonite. Draco Meteor seems good for 3 colorless litter. That's what I'm saying. Alright, should we look at the metagame of our little tournament this afternoon? And by little, I mean we've got what? We got 233 people on a random Wednesday afternoon. Charizard. Charizard is the most played. Man, the eggs are getting metagamed hard. And this is what I talked about in the meta tier list today. I think for the next couple of weeks we're just gonna have something cyclical. Like the eggs are popular and they're gonna get put down this week. And then Charizard and Gyarados Greninja will be decks that you want to play to beat. Start playing copies of Mew. Charizard's the most popular deck in this event. And I think we're just gonna go round and around until we get new card packs soon. Yeah, Darkrai having a pretty decent tournament so far today too. What are they feasting on? Magnezone Skarmory not having a good time into Darkrai. Yeah, they're queuing into the everything else. Gallade Bibarel. Yep. I think I want to play some Dialga Yanmega on stream at some point. I might do that in tomorrow's tournament, honestly. It's one of the closest thing to a top deck that I like the look of. And it's not super popular, so your odds of playing mirror matches are low. And some of the bigger samples, this deck is a good matchup into. Has a good matchup into a few things. Magnezone Greninja having a bad time. Well, I mean, that deck doesn't sound very good. Alright, let's throw our Mewtwo deck list up while we're waiting. We are 1-1 after a rough loss to Charizard. Deck probably wants a Mew. Yeah, I didn't list any decks as being S tier in my tier list video today because I think there's good counterplay into everything. Is Infernape good into Egg? I don't know. I don't think we have an optimized Infernape deck found, so I think it's hard to say one way or another. One of the things that's great about Pocket's metagame is because this game is tournament driven as opposed to ladder driven, there's more innovation. Ladders really stifle innovation in card games because you're much better off just like grinding the best deck for 1,000 matches than you are like trying to innovate to beat it. Because if you actually innovate, other people are gonna like copy your deck before you really get paid off for it. Whereas, like, discovering new things in a tournament environment means you can actually spike and win a tournament before other people get to play with your baby. Alright, we're 2 minutes over time, but all the matches are finished, so I have to imagine it's going to be up here soon. The best deck for a tournament is often not the best deck in a format. That's a good, concise way to put it. It also feels way better to spike a tournament with a brew than win 7 ladder games or whatever. Agree, Bob. Alright, we have a pairing and we're playing Charizard again. Alright, let's see how this feels with more average variance, but this could just be we failed to register Mew tournament and are embarrassed appropriately because of it. I don't know. I think the first time we played it, our opponent had Charizard on curve both games and we missed our stage 1 for like 6 turns. I think if we have Magnezone, it's actually not terrible. The deck view is very pixelated on the screen because Pokemon Pocket is a mobile game that's vertical and not optimized for the wide screen. So it's pixelated because the pictures of the cards on the screen are very, very tiny. And I'm using OBS to zoom them in to fill the space. I missed 4 hours because you didn't show up on my feed. Yeah, YouTube really doesn't like to promote my content. Should make sure you ring the bell so you get notifications when things happen. I'm very consistent though. You can expect that I'll be live streaming by like 9:30 Central, typically a bit before that, Monday through Friday. Although as I say that, I'm taking 3 days next week off to take a small vacation with the family. Alright, my opponent says they are searching. First energy advantage probably favors the Charizard player. We have a Magnemite and not a Magneton. I'm having flashbacks to our round 1. Opponent is on the typical 2 potion, 1 cape build. They have 2 X speeds and a leaf to fix this Charmander lead. This was my best non-Magneton draw. Maybe our opponent won't have Charizard and Moltres on curve. Narrator. LOL. Here we go. Here we go again. Here we go again. Should have known, should have known, should have known again. Charmeleon is not real and cannot hurt you. Here's hoping. I mean, if they have it all and we just hit Magneton, we like get to play a real game. Like it's not even that like we need them to explicitly brick. It's just like if their deck is working, we need our deck to work also, right? I mean, it's nice that they swung and they missed, but we also missed for the turn. They haven't bricked yet. Missing on those coins is way less important than missing on Charmeleon. If they have the stage 1, we're probably still cooked. Because we don't have our stage 1. Like, literally, they need to miss every Moltres coin from here on out if we don't have our stage 1 for us to have a shot. Okay. B, aggressive. B, E, aggressive. Do, 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 do. Would like your spookiest shot, please. Now their bricks on the coins might matter. They are on 2 potions and a cape, so highly likely this Moltres is living. Well then. That might be enough bricks that they're in trouble. I feel like I'm supposed to... I feel like I'm supposed to build the other Giratina. I have a full Magneton line. This is only 25% to find Mewtwo, which would not be good. I think it's this, because the way their coins worked out, they can't blast twice in a row with this Charizard. So if they want to blast me with this next turn, they're not going to be able to blast the following turn, and then Magneton runs it down. Yeah, the fact that they put this energy here instead of this energy here is really good for us. So they threw the second Moltres back, digging for second Charmeleon, which is an interesting decision. So the way this lines up now, they're gonna need both of their sustain, right? So the Charizard is ready to go. The Charizard is ready to go, but I don't know that I'm using that. It'll take 20 when it hits this, and then it'll take 110, and then it'll take 70 from this. So that'll be 2,200 total. And they're already through 1 potion. There's 10 cards in their deck. So they have enough sustain items to play through all that. But they're not guaranteed to have them, yeah? They only have 1 card in their hand. And if I top deck my Sabrina, we clear this and win the game on the spot. No, they have 3 blasts in a row, right? They have 3. So they're going up to 5, down to 3, and then back again. Alright, so Sabrina wins the game on the spot. And if we don't hit the Sabrina, they need one of these and this top card to be potion, what's it called? Potion cape. Oh, I'm supposed to put up Giratina first, so that way Sabrina's still lethal to clear this if it goes to Charmeleon. Yeah. Oh, they didn't have Charmeleon last turn, so it's probably fine. But yes. Or are we supposed to leave? Yeah, maybe. I just doubled down on a mistake. I doubled down on a mistake. Ah! I need a potion or a cape buried here. Oh my goodness. There's no way they're taking if they haven't, right? Please. Please, video gamer. Please, video gamer. This is the slow roll. Try and tilt me off before game 2, yeah? Take. Judge, slow play. All right, bolt you. Cool. All right. The big question here is, why is the Charizard weak to lightning? It has wings. First energy advantage to the Charizard player. Magnemite, no Magneton. Yep. They started on Charmander again. That's good for us. Magneton, Professor's Research. Magneton, Professor's Research. Alright, we've got the Mewtwo here at least this time around. No red card, no bars, no Sabrina, no reason to like show them other things that we drew before we need to. So 2 Magnetons, 2 Research, and a Communication. So 5 cards in 13 get us to what we're looking for next turn. There's the Moltres. Do they have an X speed? Okie doke. And just like that, under pressure. Do. Looking down on me. Do. Do. Yup. Right, with 2 heads, we're gonna need a Magneton or no Charmeleon. Hello, darkness, my old friend. How it sucks to meet with you again. We bricked our stage 1. Maybe they'll brick their stage 1. Narrator. They would play a second Professor's Research. We can hit Magneton next turn still. If we hit Magneton next turn, we've got a fighting shot. They missed for a turn, and we found the Magneton. They missed for a turn, and we found the Magneton. Well, they missed on their coins, I should say. That's a big deal. This sets us up to go zone into side drive. I mean, if they had a Sabrina, I'd just play out the Magnemite. Honestly, with this drawn, I should probably play out the other Magnemite, regardless. Because this should be on my bench. If I draw the other Magneton, I'm going to be a turn behind on it now. Made a mistake. Although, now I can truffle shuffle the Moltres, yeah? Helmet's an interesting thought, because it lets the zone one-shot. They only have one cape. I feel inclined to do this. I don't know if it's right. This leaves me the option to clear the Moltres next turn with Magnezone, but also means if they have the cape, that we're still in an okay spot. So now we truffle shuffle this to here. And then the Charizard could only hit for 200 one time. The way energies are lined up here now. Opponent has no Cyrus and no Sabrina. Leaf is a nice draw. because it means that I could pull this out without losing energy next turn if they have double potion. Or cape potion. We're also on 2 points, meaning our Sabrina is a lethal top deck 1 and 4 of the time here. So, unless their 2 potions are buried in their cards here. I wonder if that pause was they also have the potion and they realized they messed up. Sabrina! It's just Leaf Retreat, yeah? I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, we'll put the Giratina with the head up. And then if they have potion, they live, and we have to top deck our Sabrina. Only 2 cards left in their deck, so. So if they have potion, we have a 1 and 3. This line loses a second potion. Thank you, dear Twitch chatter. Do you see a line I have that doesn't lose to second potion without the Sabrina? That would be more helpful. And that's the win, yeah? If we put the Magneton up, it doesn't die to the thing. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Is that better? Or they have to Crimson Storm to kill it, and then they can't Crimson Storm the Mewtwo? Yeah, I think that line's actually better because it plays around the potion. So if I retreat to the Magneton, they have to burn with the Crimson Storm, and then they can't clear the Mewtwo with it, and then my Mewtwo comes up and 150s them twice in a row. Yeah. Okay. This matchup would be a lot easier with a copy of Mew, but it's definitely not unwinnable without it. Okay, I'm gonna throw our deck list up on screen. We're 2 and 1. 1 and 1 against Charizard. We bricked our Magneton against Charizard twice in the first round. It was not a good time. We have Mewtwo, aka Mewtwo. That is basically what it is, yeah? Alright, I'm gonna take a slightly longer ad break than normal so I can run upstairs and grab a late lunch because I haven't eaten yet. We've got 16 minutes for the next tournament round. I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Like the YouTube live stream if you're enjoying the tournament games, gamers. BRB. For the folks that stuck through the longer break there. Oh. It's always interesting to me the cultural difference between platforms. We take a 2-minute break and we lose 25 to 30% of our viewers on YouTube. But on Twitch, you only lose about 5% or so. It's very, very short attention span on the YouTube side, on average. Those Jello shot cups, no, they are sweet and sour sauce. Got some deep fried cream cheese. And some egg fried rice. Alright, 12 minutes left of the tournament round. Let's play some more Jolteon in between here, methinks. If that ain't the most Midwestern thing, don't you have Rangoons outside of the Midwest? Good call on the tournament banner. Hey, sorry about that. Distracted by food. Probably dead. Probably dead. Egg fried rice is so good, chat. It's a shame. Shame the cost of eggs went up 15% in January. As everybody knows, that clearly means the president is doing a terrible job. Alright, so they're building up the dork in the back. Not a Magneton in sight. Can save this energy with this. Yes, we are 2-1 in today's tournament. When I'm done with the tournament, it will be taken out of the stream title. That's a interesting cape there from our opponent. No stage 1s. Bottom 6 cards of our deck are 4 stage 1 Pokemon. Nice. This gamer has not just 1, but 2 red cards in their deck in 2025. Holy. Holy. That's wild. I only have 1 knockout point. I think we're dead on average here. Jolteon needs the high roll, yeah? I guess Jolteon only needs 2 heads next turn to win, yeah? That's a clever line. I'm liking this game. What's the content schedule like? When are the next packs gonna drop? So, typically, card packs are coming out every 6 weeks. However, the next card pack's actually going to be coming 4 weeks after the last one, so at the end of this month, so it can line up with Pokemon Day. So normally they've been 6 weeks like clockwork, but the next 2 are going to be spaced a little awkward. It's going to be 4 weeks, so end of February and then end of April. So this one's coming sooner, but the next one is going to be longer. There's going to be a 4-week gap and then an 8-week gap. That's also data mine speculative, technically not confirmed, but the data mines on set releases have been accurate so far. Almost missed that we had guaranteed lethal. Almost. All right, so there's still technically 3 minutes left in the round, but all the matches are done. So I think I'm just going to chill and eat the last of my lunch here, because usually the tournament organizers start the next round sooner. That's ideal. That's ideal, at least. So this is what we're playing. We're currently 2-1. We beat Charizard once. We lost to Charizard once. We beat Exeggutor eggs. Hello, toddler girl. Your dad, your dad, your dad. Have you been good today?
What?
You been a good listener today?
Yes.
Yeah, you were playing with brothers?
Yeah, but Daddy.
What, Haley?
Jacob didn't rebuild the fort Mommy made.
Oh, Jacob didn't rebuild the fort? Well, maybe you should try and ask him nice. Is he busy working on something?
No, he's finished.
He's finished? Okay, go ask him nice. Tell him Dad said he needs to rebuild it, okay? But if he's working on schoolwork, you gotta let him do his schoolwork. But if he's just playing a game, you can tell him to take a minute and help you build the fort, okay?
No, he's finished.
He's finished? Okay, go tell him to build the fort real quick for you, okay?
Wait, Daddy.
What?
The game that we were playing it in. Because Jacob broke the
Okay,
fort.
ask him nicely to rebuild it, and if he doesn't, I will get to it after work, okay? But Mommy's been busy today, too. She's been helping your brothers with their schoolwork, and she's doing her work.
But that's not doing his or Jacob.
Or Jacob, they might be done. It is 2 o'clock. I bet the boys are probably done with their school stuff for the day.
They never finished.
Alright, Day needs to eat his food. Go play with your brothers. Or go watch your show. I know, life's tough being 4. It's a hard knock life.
I wish I was 5.
You wish you were 5? Oh, I wish I was 5 too.
But you're a bigger number.
I am a bigger number than 5. Bigger numbers are boring.
The bigger number is 4. 5 is better because you get to go to kindergarten.
Oh, 5's better because you get to go to kindergarten. That's true.
Or if you're 6, you get to go to kindergarten. Or if you're 7, you get to go to kindergarten. Or if you're 10, you get to go to kindergarten. There's someone that is 10.
None of your brothers are 10 right now. Jacob's 11 and Declan is 9. Declan will be 10 soon. Alright, can you go play, please? I don't want to drip my sweet and sour sauce on you.
Okay.
Love you, toddler. He did remember to shut the door. I've got them pretty well trained on that, all 3 of them. For those of you who are new here, that's my youngest. That's Haley. She's 4. And got a bunch of snow here in Central Illinois, so my older 2 were e-learning today. And then her daycare closed early, so she's just been home. Get a God pack. Nice. We're supposed to hit with big snow about 4 p.m. It's probably blowing through from where I'm at, because I'm in Central. It's coming to you in the Eastern space. All right. Enough time between the round to finish my deep fried cream cheese. The round's now 1 minute over, and the matches have been finished for a little bit, so I'm not quite sure why we're still waiting. Suno Tam. Thank you for the nice amount of months. I appreciate the 69-month resub. Welcome back. Speaking of the temperature, while we're waiting for the round to pop, I'm gonna turn my space heater on for a second. Ooh, we have an opponent. Another Exeggutor gamer, but this one's playing a Shaman as a 5th basic. Hitting all the top meta decks in this tournament. Exeggutor and Charizard are the 2 most played decks, each around a little over 10%. We've hit each of them twice now. You played Regigigas Magazone. That sounds truly atrocious. Regigigas is not a playable Pokemon Pocket card. Magnezone. Magnezone's got a pretty strong back, though. You could probably get some wins despite that card being really bad. He's in my heart. Yeah. Is Gallade playable? I think Gallade fighting is alright. I had it in the C tier in today's Dex tier list roundup. I think all the fighting decks struggle a bit into all the eggs that are running around, but I bet we'll see less eggs going into the weekend because they're kind of getting dumpstered. A lot of Charizard and Greninja jumping up to kind of beat them down. They're leveraging out a little bit, actually. They're, still sub 50%, but not as bad as they were after the first round. Our opponent has unfortunately not checked it yet. I assume they're coming because they're 2-1, but they have 3 minutes technically to burn before they get the match loss. Have you thought about Flareon, Magnezone, Druddigon? 110 just isn't enough breakpoint damage on its own, I don't think. Alright, we have an opponent. Sweet. And the meta wheel continues to churn. Exactly. I fully expect that it'll just be cyclical like I talked about at the end of the meta report today. My opponent's asking me for a 5-minute delay. That's too long. Is the meta being cyclical a good thing? I think so. Yes, cyclical is much better than one untouchable. I think we're going to get through 2 meta games in a row in Pokemon Pocket's brief history here with no S tier decks. They're not telling me they're searching. I gotta give it like another 60 seconds, then we'll flag a judge. I don't want them to sit here and burn. All right, they said they're searching. Right, relatively stock Exeggutor deck here. They have a 4th basic that is the Shaman. No Sabrinas is noteworthy, just 1 Cyrus. They've got 2 Rocky Helmet as well. Just Magnemite as our opener. With bad variance, this could be a quick game. right, that's a guaranteed basic. I'm gonna go ahead and research before I Pokeball, because I think ideally I'd like to find 2 basic Pokemon here. Wish granted. Giratina plus Mewtwo, please. Also wish granted. And then with that, I think the plan is we leave the Magnemite up and get the Mewtwo charged. And if they hit heads, they hit heads. If I didn't have second Magnemite on the bench, I would be inclined to spend my energy to retreat this out. But because I have second Magnemite, I think we just accept that. You know, 30% of the time or whatever we die here. Yep. With this start from them and them having the Celebi guaranteed for next turn, I probably need a Magneton next turn. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Do I tempo Sabrina here? They only have 1 leaf. It might have value grabbing their Shaman later is the problem. I think I need to make them burn energy here. It's close though. We're a little bit behind since they had a lot set up here. Unfortunate. It's a bad coin flip to lose. Maybe they can lose the next 2. What's the difference between Pocket and traditional Pokemon TCG? It's just completely different games. They're both card games played with Pokemon cards, but that's where the similarities stop. Think it's Helmet Potion here and hope that they finally hit a Tails in their life. I need to just draw our copy of Dawn in our next 2 draws. Is the plan now. Dawn lets me Mewtwo twice in a row. Cape doesn't do anything, right? I'm gonna get potentially punished for burning my Sabrina on a tempo play earlier and getting it off the leaf. They do not have Sabrina. They only have Cyrus. They have a Rocky helmet, so Cape does not save me from triple heads. And holding the cape for Magnezone means that the Magnezone at 160 survives 3 heads the following turn. So it's right to hold it. 1 in 7 to draw Dawn next turn and win the game on the spot. Best draw outside of drawing Dawn is drawing Leaf, so I can retreat the Mewtwo without losing the energy. They are on 1 copy of Cyrus here. So this is them trading an Exeggutor for an Execute. Okay. Dawn is lethal. So the problem here is Erica plus Potion lives 2 Magnezone hits. So I think I'm switching, but it's not super exciting no matter how I cut it. They haven't played Erica or Potion yet. Our turn 2 Sabrina play will haunt me till the end of my days. So I need 3 heads out of 9 coins here. Oh, that's so sad. The only play that was worth consideration that game was not Sabrina-ing early. Because their Leaf literally wouldn't have mattered at any other point in the game. And the Sabrina would have won me the game. So, I was probably wrong. If you look at that and say pure luck coin flips, you don't understand why you're bad at Pokemon Pocket and you're going to stay bad. You can choose to stay bad by focusing on coin flips you had no control over, or you could be reflective and thoughtful about the choices that you made and make considerations over ones you made wrong. Or you can be mad and stay bad. Choice is up to you, really, gamer. It's very easy to be mad and stay bad. It's very hard to be like, oh, I should get better. Why not Pokeball? Here's a good question. I need 2 basic Pokemon to win this game. And getting the literal only permutation that gets rewarded for playing Pokeball on 1 is hitting Magnemite and then drawing Magneton. So I'd rather increase the odds that I have 2 basics the following turn. I'm not putting an energy on anything. Ideally, we're looking for Magnemite Mewtwo. It's only 1 in 3 to get the Mewtwo, though. Okay. It's not bad. We just need Magneton next turn still, though. I am a little over 6 foot. I'm pretty sure if you go back and look at my tournament games against the Exeggutor deck, my opponent has played Exeggutor as early as possible. The last, like, dozen games I've played against them. Meanwhile, like, we just haven't had our Magneton literally ever. Maybe they'll brick on their heads one more time. If they give us a turn of breathing room here, we might have a shot. But if they hit next turn, we're probably just torched. Yep. I mean, when you run the numbers, it misses something like 30 to 40% of the time. I forget exactly what it is, but it's a very significant amount of the time. Just gotta hope that Celebi does Celebi things this game. Is our out. Oh gosh, they have Cape plus Erica. They're only playing 1 Cape in their deck too. Magneton! That's so fucking frustrating! It's so frustrating! It's a tough beat when they get everything and you can't have the bare minimum. None of my lines are likely to win. What's most likely to win? Most likely to win is leaving this Mewtwo in and the Celebi hitting all tails, yeah? I'm gonna research for my potion. Potion. Potion means I don't die to a single heads off of this. This is one of those, like, you know, I need the 1 out of 5 here, but any of my lines that, like, make the game go longer mean I'm gonna have to win even more flips or have them lose even more. So, okie doke. Yep. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, Mewtwo on a square. Take my hand. We'll side drive, I swear. Oh, game 3, here we come. We were due, chat. We were due. All right. These are best of 3. We died game 1. We died game 1 because I made a mistake. We gotta win a game. We gotta win a game 3 now because I messed up game 1. Oh, the tension is palpable. You can cut it with a knife. The first coin being heads there too is just like the extra rub. All right, all right. Giratina lead. Magnemite Magnezone in hand. Oh no. Celebi lead. Celebi or Shaman lead. Celebi or Shaman lead. Oh, they've had the egg lead every time too. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna draw Magnemite, and we're gonna have this on curve, and we're gonna dawn the energy up and side drive quickly. It's fine. Nobody panic. 3 draws and a Magnemite. Maybe they won't have the Exeggutor, and they'll just die to Psysphere. This is guaranteed to be an Exeggutor, yeah? Literally impossible for them to not have it. Oh, wait. Am I supposed to communication here? Oh, man. Back to dead. Roller coaster here, but back to dead. Based on this series, it seems impossible to assemble a Seichu, only if you're me. That is their first and only Cyrus. I need a Magnemite. I need a Magnemite. Oh, man. been. It has just been. Trash heap after trash heap. Two Magnemite, a Pokeball, and a Research and 9 cards. What I'm about to say, I'm going to say as the person that just experienced this variance, but more of you need to hear this because there's a lot of people complaining about this game and the variance right now. One of the reasons why I only play best of 3 tournaments is because they reduce variance. I will say the opponent instantly GGing me after that game is extra funny because, like, you know, fuck them. But, like, I could have won the first game, right? Like, it sucks to have a non-game, and non-games suck. It feels bad, but I had agency in that set of 3, right? Like, if I made a different decision with my Sabrina in the first game, there's not even a game 3 to play. Like, we're not even playing that game. The round is done. And it's really easy to want to hyper focus on your bad beats. But if you want to get better at games like this, you can't focus on the variance things that you can't control. You have to focus on the things that are the choices you can make different. And I can't choose where my Magnebites are at, but I could have made better choices in the other game that round. Speaking of making choices, I'm gonna choose to run my ads now so they don't happen in the middle of a game. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. I think we're dead for top cut at 2-2. I believe we're dead for top cut at 2-2. Let's double check. Yes, we are dead for top cut at 2-2. Yeah, I can throw the necklace up on screen one more time before we dive into our next thing. Where's some of my takeaways for this deck? I like this deck a lot. I think it's incredibly competitive, and it's a very reasonable way to play Mewtwo. I'm torn on if you want a copy of Mew in the deck or not. Mew would probably make your Charizard matchup a good bit easier, but I also don't think the Charizard matchup is bad. You'd have to give up a utility card to play the Mew, which is not free, right? Like, our copies of Potion and Cape and Rocky Helmet and Sabrina and Leaf and Dawn and Communication, like, all of those things were good for us at various points. So, thanks for the 15 months, right? You know what? It's almost 3 o'clock. I know it wasn't a super long stream today, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. The kids are all home because of the weather outside, so I think I'm gonna go hang out with the family. Our viewer count tends to drop off once we scrub out of the tournament anyways, so I gotta take that as a sign to go be done for the day. Be sure to check out the tier list video on the YouTube side. It's got like 23 minutes of thoughts and stuff. I'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll do some viewer decks. We'll build the Gengar Mismagius deck first thing to start tomorrow morning. Then there's another tournament we'll play tomorrow afternoon. Everybody enjoy the rest of your, no, I'm gonna say that one for tomorrow, Red. We'll kick off with it first thing. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday review out, folks. Peace. Should I read someone on Twitch? Spraggles is playing, and it says he's playing tournament games. All right, I'm gonna read you into Spraggles, chat. Check him out.